Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're back with more Shadowbringers, or I mean, more Endwalker. Sorry, that hasn't sunk in yet. So this is part 8, which is nuts, because I didn't think I'd be legit streaming Endwalker right now. And as you can see, I have some neat, ooh, yeah, no. Okay, so let's see what Crow has to say. Okay. Here it is, phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Welcome to whoever just joined the stream. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though, with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope... Hey, Ichigo! Hello, how are you, Ichigo? How are you, hon? Its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. Oh, that sounds confusing. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlemagn's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. No, like, I've been trying to get Endwalker done. That's because I never said I would take a break. I've been trying to stick to streaming at least in the evenings. The only time that was really the exception was yesterday, because I was on most of the day. That's why the stream was so dang long. He was in top form back then. Youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? From where I stand, you're equally prodigious. You're equally prodigious scholars. Sorry. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. Oh, no, we did that. We should we should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we will be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino. With a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first. Let's look for Sholark Monticini. I don't know how to say that. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Oh my goodness. Oh, time to do some searching again. Oh, wait. Sorry. I want to know what. Oh, that's Lily Band. I have that. Never mind. I might try that one at some point. Ooh. Okay. Excitable student. That was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur? And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. It can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholark? Yes. Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Eliopo should have a better idea. Okay. Yeah, true. I was trying to speak it. I fumbled. Are you lost? Wander in off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner, fresh off the guild ship? I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searchers Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searchers Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the cleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pisa this, tongue of giant giganttoad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish. This being a school of magic and all. As our newest cleaner, you'll your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait. Come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the scholarly has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Like, I've been trying to do a a good develop a good streaming schedule, so that like if I need to, I can just y'all don't have to know, y'all will know, oh, she's streaming at this time, not like me me having to not y'all having to worry about when I'm streaming. But hopefully soon the whole PC situation will be fixed. PC or laptop situation, whichever. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Oh my goodness, dude, really? That's no. Oh my god, you butt face. Why are you causing people such a pain in the butt? Okay, here we go. And at least I'm streaming it when it's like right when it's coming out, rather than like a month later. A month to 6 months later. That would have sucked.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Hey Cloud, how are you? Manhunt. Do something for one specific. Yeah, true. How are you, Cloud?
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Huh?
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Well, we... It's funny, we're like children.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Oh, that's cool.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls. Some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
That's cool. You made him appear and then
I would remind
disappear.
you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
He seems like a cool guy, though. He was willing to help us, even though he couldn't legit say, "Oh, here's what I know." He allowed us to be able to use you have been granted the run of Phenomena. If you are game, Ki Aliapo would put your artisanry to good use. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, almost forgot. Damn it. Okay. I almost talked about it and forgot the next quest. Computer. Oh, no. Okay. Alright. Well, that's given me much to mule over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny. I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to be more indebted than before. I've been feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo as the scholar suggested. Let us share our findings with Raha. I'm excited to see where this goes. I'm like legitimately excited. I want to see what this is real quick. I'm curious. So what's this? The faculty. Okay, so I have to... Okay. Yeah, I haven't touched those. Gosh darn it. I really wanted to touch them. Yeah. Fantasia was a good movie. I've heard of it, I just haven't seen it. I knew I should see it at some point, mind you. I should, but I haven't really wanted to. Okay, so... let's see. Oh. Okay, so... Oh, I know. Yeah. Because hopefully I can start legitimately playing 14 on laptop or computer. And hopefully I get a computer, because laptops can be a bit of problematic for playing games. Hopefully, mind you, I'm hoping for a decent laptop. And it better not be one of those cheap Chromebooks or computers, because I will return the damn thing if it's a cheap one. I will return it if it's a cheap one. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so math. I'm getting, yeah, I have to be like level 82, because on 83, but still, I need better gear. Okay, so okay, let's see what Gaha has to say. Laptop has a tendency to be very hot with a cheap fan, so be careful. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, that's why I told my mom I wanted to try to get a computer, because I swear, like, if I get any money between Christmas and my birthday, it's going to the damn computer. I'm saving it for the computer if I get like the amount Maggie got. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Lumensa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Oh boy. Estinian looks like he's about to have a cow. Well, not a cow, but... And it's still weird to see him with his hair up. Phew. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vercha and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Yeah. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We are already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. True. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers, as they await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Blech. Sorry. Sometimes it's hard to talk, damn it. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Lumensa. Oh boy. Okay. Because I have to post, right now I have to manually post the link for my, for my thing, so. But to be honest, I think I'm just gonna start stacking the coffers up. Werewolf boyfriend dotes upon Raven Darkcloud. Wow, that's so stupid. But then again, I'm entering the RP portion of 14. Yeah. Because I'm having to watch my own streams while also trying to monitor chat. So, currently. So, which sucks. Hopefully. But it's nice that we're finally starting to get toward the meat of the story. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seater and the Sultana. Yep. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Proceed. To be honest, I'm tempted to change to Viera. To be honest, I'm tempted. But I think I'm gonna wait till, I should have done it, earlier, but I'm thinking about changing to Viera for a bit. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. So it's only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixtal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razat-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. Oh wow. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway. Though the same cloud could be said of the Telophoroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on the ethereal currents. Based on her observations, inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us to do? But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. I didn't know what to say. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabard. Ralban and Lord Amric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi, so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. It's so weird to see a Ascendian among the Scions still. So damn weird. It's so weird. Yeah, it's so weird. But I want to see how much the because I'm tempted to see how much the rebel code is now. I'm curious. I hope it's not too much money. I got a mil. I got a little over $1 million. But ooh. Oh, that's a nice outfit. I wish I had the glasses though, because I work IRL. I wear glasses, so yeah. So yes, okay. So what was it? Rebel? I think that was it. I hope it's not too much moon. Okay, come on. Really? Aw, that would. Okay, so I want to see something. Sorry, I know I'm doing this while, but I just figured I'd do it while I'm here. Because I am curious to an extent. Hey Lambs, how are you, hon? Yeah, that's a lot of money, yeah. Yeah, I was like, what? I was like, seriously? I was like, jeez, I want that coat, damn it. Oh, I want it. I want it so bad, gosh darn it. Okay. How are you, lambs? Yeah, so I'm not gonna, no. Okay, speak with Rabon in the Alamigan Quarter. Oh boy. Okay. Hey, Max! Hey. Sister. Okay. Ow. Okay. No. Ooh. Oh. Hmm. Okay, so where is it? Sorry, it's been so long. Oh my. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down the tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warning scales are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Imric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ildebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly, not. Though I do my best, truth be told. I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Imric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorza is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ildebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in World. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Tel'Athor have laid waste to my homeland, and enslaved my people. But though every emote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ildebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, Those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero hinders our efforts. I understand. Berlet is in your hands. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. And the government of Werlet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. All said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again before you depart, may the Fury guide and protect all of you. Okay, so... Come on. Okay. Ooh, gift. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. Oh boy. The other members of the Ilzabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Ooh. Wait. So, hang on. Oh, I want those. They're cute. Okay, so... Hang on. I'm going to do this. Is this going to look weird? Yep, that looks weird. But, meh. Either way, you resist Scions, your friends, and most of the Ilzabard contingent wait within. No. No. Meh. I'll just stick with that for now. Let me... Yeah. Yes. Sorry. That's good. It's always nice to relax.
By the 12.
Oh wow. Oh. Holy wow.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
I love Lucia.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, If there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Awesome! Sorry, I'm just so excited for this. Ow.
Might I ask you to speak first?
Oh boy.
I must.
Oh, I never heard him talk before.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
I have no idea.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanalaine?
Ah, yes. Emanalaine de Forton, at your service.
You're probably fourth.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
That's so stupid.
Huzzah! I can't wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Dome?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hio, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
I know, right?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoron, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just no different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Whirlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Kitty! No. Kitty! Come here, Max! Or Roxy. Ooh! Well, that's cool. Ooh. So talk to your stall. Besides the delegates here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few have to survive error. We embark. Just distribute the warding skills to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh boy. Okay, so I really just have to... Warding skills for the XIV delegation, I take it? Yeah. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Emperor to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Imric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. that a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they'd look like. Okay. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else was in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And Norse or not, I'd march all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you've got something for us? Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. You're all thinking, why didn't they send Anzar instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sod and snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's sail, or however the saying goes, on ships. Yes. So those are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12th Wood, much less enter the Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Okay, so she's the last. Okay. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Queen. In distant lands, in times of strife, stand together, fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his work justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yukiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we, at the step and the Eastern Alliance, will repay their efforts by ending this war. Okay, so Max, and that's next. Do you have a warning skill for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisions of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamican Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. I'm so dang excited for this girl. Oh. 52. I might see. Okay. Okay, let's go now. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Yuanjing and I. We still have what we were in Garlemald before. Estinian seems to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Not the term! Ooh! But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilzabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Oh, you're such a cutie, Tataru. Now, you will wear these garments I made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Ergmus and Luida have finally returned from assignments in a faraway land. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at Howard, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in charming them. Oh, why not? You can keep crowd company in the Baldestian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Ergmus and Luanwida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless is in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similar disasters were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharon. I really hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you. Other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. I'm gonna... Honestly. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Ooh. Oh, that is cute. Oh, I'm so glamming that. Okay, so I'm trying to find my stupid. I'm trying to find my. I got my phone while I'm streaming, so I'm like. Ooh. Okay, there we go. There. Had to plug my phone in. Oh yeah. I definitely like that barding. Definitely keeping that barding on. Okay. So. Okay. I'm going to do this real quick. I could just do this. Okay. Tataru is desperately trying to maintain her composure as she prepares to see off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? I'll turn him to buy the... Ooh. Okay. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Guardian Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Okay, let's go. Woohoo! This will be fun. Okay. Oh, I just wanted to check my my controller real quick. I wanted to figure out what was good.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial Detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments. And once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Pistola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. A frosty reception has begun. In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. Oh boy. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, you may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Commence mission. Yes.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have
this
one
is...
shot at this, so let's make it count.
How do I...
Seven hells.
I suck at this. I tried. Okay? I tried, guys. I tried. Yes. Oh, I've never had to do this, so.
Seven hells.
Yes, I know. That wasn't my fault. Yeah, that was my bad.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
Oh, this is
Head
cool.
to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Seven hells.
I'm
Must be losing my touch.
Yes, I know. You little shit. You're probably gonna die.
Not like this.
Yep. But now I know what to do too. Like, oh wow, a friend of mine's having issues getting on. I'm a bit surprised that he... Okay, let's try this crap again. At least now I can skip the cutscenes. Yeah. Okay, so I can skip this. Yes, 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 yes. But I know what to do, really, now. Sorry. I'm just not very... I was trying to be careful. I think I'm just gonna aim for the stuff with the sparkles. I can skip the cutscenes now. Ow. Okay. So I can skip this, commence.
Keep your
Yes.
wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Ah!
Spotted.
Fuck. That was my fault. Okay, so I'm legit doing the best I can.
Must be losing my touch.
Oh, leave me alone, you little. Leave me alone. Come on, come on. I'm trying to get it away from you. Yes, yes, I know. Yes, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so... I'm trying to be as careful as I can.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
No. Two, one. Come.
Must be losing my touch. Damn, spotted.
Sorry, I'm not doing very well. But like I said, I suck with stealth stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna wait here a second. And oh, 2 tries. But I did the best I could.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent's supply caravan. Oh, that's oddly specific.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
Ooh. Come here. Yep.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Okay. Why do I always have to come to the house, the saving of Elaine, or however the heck you say his name?
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
You're fine.
We'll hold the line.
Oh my god, you're being a butt.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then.
It's kind of cool.
I've been itching for a good scrap.
I love this. This is one of the things that I didn't want to spoil because I wanted to experience it for myself. Because I hate spoilers, so, and I try not to spoil for others, which is why pretty much all my streams for Endwalker, I'm putting spoils. Nice. Okay. Okay, so. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Come here.
You lot alright back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Ooh.
Hear that? Stick to the front and turn the tide.
Woo! This is awesome. I love how they set this up. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Meanwhile, on the front line. Woo. Come on. Oh, geez.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Come on, Leaf. You can do it. I like Leaf, even if some people don't. I don't know why people don't like Leaf. She had the most development out of pretty much, well, except for Memphilia, though.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Oh, I'm gonna kick y'all's bums. Okie dokie.
We have them now. Forward.
This is amazing. Oh my god, I love this class. The way it plays is just awesome.
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Oh, I love Pippin. He's just like his papa.
That's her. For Gilia.
Yeah, they are fun.
Do not fall behind!
Come on, you jerk. I love them. I love them. Nice try. So far, I love this expansion.
Is everyone all right?
Die!
I love the way they did the UI. Well, not the UIs, but like some of the portraits now. That's awesome. Oh. You little. Oh. Ah. I'm glad it's on our side this time and not having to do another D8 Nadam or whatever. Oh. No. Nice try.
Tremble before the sun!
Woo! That was awesome. Oh yay! I thought it was gonna mess up. That was awesome. That was awesome. Okay, but that was awesome.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu is scared.
Sadu Hatun.
Ouch.
That was the last
Rejected.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
But I know we
So
can still get along.
cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor
Till we're done.
Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Ilsabard, Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Okay, I'm gonna attune to this. Okay, so there's only two here. Okie dokie. Let's see what Alvin to say. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the capital has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yashtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alicia and I will meet you there. Oh shit. Oh. Here's Yashtola. Meeting? Yes. I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy, even at this distance. Its presence is overwhelming, much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that someone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Sorry. No. Can't do it. Damn it. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, that must be her name. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Okay, so Lucia. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. Meliodas, why are you on the table? When everyone is here, we will begin. Okay.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their temporal, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spell.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that can keep us warm and toasted. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphina. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Good. Gotta be good. If it's this cold with Tatara's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Emmeline is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. What ho chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have an order to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rhine for survivors. But wander around, I feel on the off chance you'll find someone. You'd take forever to finish it off without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Oh boy. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Or after either way. After someone's right. Other than that, it's all snow. But low. What do I see over yon hill? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there. Behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go in God's speed. In God's speed. Sorry. My brain. Sorry. I said it wrong. No, my. Okay. So, let's see. Ooh. I need to uncover. Oh, so this is the 82 area. Okay. No. Footprints in the snow. A trail of fresh footprints leads to the east. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Okay. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make sure to use cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again to the designated location. Fuck. I messed up. Yeah, I've already done that. So far, so good. Phew, still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Luna. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others went mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? Sorry for my PS4 is racing. No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. But now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. Sigh. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. I feel kind of bad for her having all this stuff happen to her. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide with means of healing the place? As soon as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then you must be. Time to put my favorite gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? I'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes. Yes, do as you will. Oh, I know that look. She's plotting something. She's a plotting something. I don't know what it is, but... The city of the inner torment is plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave. Yep. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emily's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd. After what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum engine is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, sweet libation. Is it poisoned by any chance? Twas a joke. A joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams, was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness, but I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my help, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards to our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. This is a radio. Oh, damn it. Sorry. This is a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ores, sourced from Locus Amanus. It is not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. A home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amanus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. What kind of blind faith is that? Really, dude? Really? You want to believe that your beloved emperor is still alive? Bull. Bullcrap. Wait. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that must be the... Yeah, I figured. Okay, so... What's that? So this is what you give the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Lateran? I saw Legatus Vergila's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Organized, you call it, and Vergila and her men are all there now. So how did you reach Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships, and there might be a way to... Latinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? The watchman inside you say nothing imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby on Masti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to feel like it, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tapers living there. People whose job was to extract cerulean. They still do. You can tell. Hey Matt, how are you, hun? Yeah, big spoilers here. I've already tried asking if they would they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough room to last until the others are strong enough to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tapers. How are you, Matt? Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thin. Oh, damn it! It always does that crap. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you would rather take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. How far into the story are you, Matt? I'm just curious. Who goes there? Or how did you find us? I beat the game with Shinji over the weekend. Can't believe I beat it in 36 hours. Oh wow. Oh shoot. 36? Oh, so you did it, so you did it with Shinji first? Or what? Fucking A. Okay, Burly Trapper. Oh. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? The purebloods over at Victor's Spoils haven't given away our location. You'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot. Now the captain's gone to shite. Capital to shite. Honestly, I'd rather just stream it, to be honest. It makes more sense to me to just stream it. Well, at least for me, anyway. So, they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Calling a sellsword, you asshole. Okie doke. Yeah, like, I like streaming. There you are. Just after you left, Lithuania asked me to go in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of cerulean. So this is Tapperston. Well then, after you. Why do I get the feeling this isn't gonna go well? Why? Just why? Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hell would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Girabania, Yanksha, Bajda, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting cerulean. All given the esteemed title of man. On placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean engines, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up cerulean from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if cerulean is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got cerulean by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there would be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for cerulean, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Oh, god damn it. Why do you always... Regardless of what the Ilzabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there will be plenty of time to ponder That for later. That later. For now, let's see about getting some cerulean. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you've come seeking cerulean, have you? What? Those purebloods of a Victor Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of cerulean. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the cerulean. Come on, let's hurry back. I find... Yeah, that's what I figured was suspicious, because it was like... the way she tried to change the topic... when, yeah, the way she tried to change the topic when it was brought up, when Luna asked her about, a voice, she tried to deny it. Like, she didn't know, like, what the voice was or whatever, and I'm like, wow. I'm just surprised that that happened, though. So. But like I said, color me surprised, so. And also, I'm curious, what edition did you get? Did you get the standard? Now that I think about it. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Why do I get the feeling something bad happened? I don't understand why I get that feeling, but it's just a feeling I have. Like it's like they were trying to, I guess, hide. Well, not hide, but you get the point. Like. Uh-oh. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures. That's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then, in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in? Put ourselves at your mercy? Put us in chains? Steal our lands? Get your revenge? You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you... Oh, damn it. Fuck. Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pocket to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? Uh-oh. To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A guardian should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee. Keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. I figured something like that was up because it seemed almost too practiced. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. And he's an idiot, and that's why I said that it was too suspicious to be anything more than that. Because she kept her sister hidden, and there had to have been a damn good reason. I was like, Alice, yeah, I need to get the rest of the dragons. Okay. 2 sets of fresh footprints, young women, judging by the size. It's definitely them. Come on. They probably thought, Licinia probably thought she was trying to help her sister by getting away, but in actuality, that wasn't the case at all. Like, they thought, oh, if we get away, then we'll be fine, but apparently not. So, the trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Empty bottle. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. I think... Oh. Fresh blood. Uh-oh. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Uh-oh. Well, that's new. I never really... I'm gonna kick your ass, Xenos. I'm gonna kick your ass. The two bodies are already cold. Oh, that's sad. Oh.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
Okay, so... It's... Like, they were raised to think that magic was evil. And they didn't know of any other way to think. So...
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Mm.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there's something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Like I said, they were born and raised to believe that magic went against everything, and by them trying to, I guess, not accept it, but by people trying to, I guess, be friendly with them or whatever, then it's pretty much they're like, oh, it's a load of crap. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Alphinaud's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. A way forward. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia. Do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Oh. Alfie. So what was this? Hang on. This is 82. I just want to get this. Oh, no. I just want to see if I can get the freaking, he's right over here. Is it? Is it up? Ah, fuck. I messed up. It might be. That might be what it is. It might be up. Or is it down? Is it down? No. It might be. Is it? I'll go back. I'm not running all the way back there. Heck no. But as soon as I hopped in, I did notice they reduced the amount of etherites, though. So, see, I did notice that, because before, like, see, they reduced them. For these, it's the same. So. But I think they wanted to make it easier on the people who are just probably doing Shadowbringers, and they didn't want them to have to lug through like a crap ton of ether currents. Alexei and Afternoon tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Oh boy.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So, tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front
Take care,
line,
Matt.
specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varys Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Uh-oh.
We have something to show you.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pierre Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children, what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Like I said, just don't get me wrong. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Okay. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. He's a little shit. Didn't even get 5 feet before he started being a jackass. A way forward. The quest. Oh, that's cute. But, like I said. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Luna. Luna? Where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alvino and Alice will moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 5 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason on the side of Alvino and Alice, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yes. Ooh. Awesome. Oh. And this is why I like exploring, because it gives you the chance to look around and clear the map. And I actually uncovered my first area for Endwalker, which is awesome. And I need to go back and do it with the others too, so at some point soon. Okay. This is it. The first stop. That is. Good. It looks like our friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your word, your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Aren't you a little shit? North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. They spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let's proceed. Aren't you a shithead? I know, right? Wow. Ooh. Haven't used this mount in a while. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Wow, oh, dude, that's so fucking pathetic. What do you mean? The fact that that they're like that they did that in the first place is just dumb. Oh, no, that's a character. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Wow. Bastard shithead. Look at what they have become. But you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Wow. He's a little... Don't get me wrong, I understand where he's coming from. But at the same time, like, the fact that he's like, oh, you don't need to speak of a cure. First of all, like, that said cure has saved a lot of people. But he refuses to believe said cure actually works. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Jackass. I agree. Yep. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Wow, asshole. Rude. I gotta fucking wait on your ass. Poof. Oh shit. How the fuck should I do that? Right. Where's the fucking... I just want the fucking ether real quick. Pretty. Very pretty. The ether isn't responding. Oh, fuck. Really? You little shit. Come on. Ooh. Oh, fucking A. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse, even so. I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Brokenglass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Can I use the fucking ether right now?
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow
and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telopheroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telopheroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost, all because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Yeah, like I walked into the, I remember when I was in middle school, I walked into the boys' bathroom thinking it was the girls' bathroom. More like, did you use the bathroom?
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you.
Yeah.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up. as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to be dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Collar? Why the shit do I need a collar? Just, why the hell are you fucking collaring me, you assholes? Huh? Sorry, I started swearing.
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times.
I know, right?
Stray too far or act suspiciously,
I was like...
and we will administer a rather painful shock.
I was so embarrassed when I went in there. I was like, oh crap. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. I was like, okay, I'm gone. I was like, oopsie. Because I was looking for, I was trying to use the restroom and I'm like, wrong bathroom. I'm gone. So.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Ah, yeah, I got it. I got you. Yeah, yeah. Like, yeah, I just, I did like you. I just hightailed it because I didn't want anyone to see me in the boys' bathroom. I'm like,
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason, or on the coldest, blackest of nights, meteor though it may be, we share the same warmth of our fire. I like the top one. I like the callback to Emmett.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
He had to look like, what? That was funny. Okay, the last bastion. Can I now do this shit? Please, 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 please. And yes, I know my inventory is crappy. Okay. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? You're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our intentions, Alphino and Alice will pay the price. Asshole. I want the etherite. God damn you. So cold. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Mentor. Okay, we've not the resources. Like, be gone. Wow. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm swearing. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen companies, I swear I'll, damn. To all the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergila's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone, I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. First of all, I'm not a murderer, you jackass pigface. They're the ones who were fucking going around and being jackasses and shit. So, oh, no. So, I didn't even fucking do anything. And he's already trying to be a little shithead. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that etherite deactivated. But I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans. 4 Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the etherite's power to keep this place lit. Though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Come on, dude. Damn it. Octavia, huh? It's you, Luna Hime. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just as Bela's enemy cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return. Do you get what you deserve? Mark my words. They're stupid. They are so damn stupid! This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's Spoils. Is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Oh, I want that top. Well, not that top, but eh. Okay, so, oh. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk without warmth and proper nutrition. I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? No. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can serve in that way. Aww. Speak with Alphino. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him? Though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Okay, so... Well, seen enough? Julius, sorry. The people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses. As most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work. We've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been the refugees or one of afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold out a little longer, the situation will change. Everything will change. One of your countrymen mentioned something along those lines. He heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the inflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the imperial palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Woo! So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Jackass! Wow. Pig face? Actually at 84. That's awesome. Julius finds himself in the somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. This is fucking weird. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. It's just so fucking dumb. But I do like how we're actually getting to explore and learn more about Garlemald. Because from what I remember, we never got to see what the actual capital was like. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained to ceruleum, as Julius said. Oh, that must be the Moogle one. And she is what? A scholar? Yep. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other uses that would be fueled by ceruleum. Several points of interest are marked on the map. Forum Solus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. How is you? Any luck? No. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, it's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so, like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. We'd have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated? With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average girlie would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you wouldn't mind if I employ a little now? Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of burr fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from frozen lake, like how the tapers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? That's you getting a cold. If you're that concerned for my well-being, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we can find that ceruleum, the sooner we can get out of here. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. Add injury to insult the icy wind on your damp clothing to the bone. Yeah, okay, so that's a no too, so that's pretty much the same thing as before. Yeah, I read that already. Oh. Oh. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. You open the hatch and retrieve a cerulean tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every limb of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Okay. Did you find anything? Sniff, sniff. I hope you did. That's it. And there's just some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an old because by fire I'm reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated and size, you're still envoys deserving protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you can imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt, and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. Yes, but if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Ah, boy. I can't wait. For me, I'm super duper curious about what it's going to entail after Endwalker. Because from what I understand, Endwalker is very good. It's just long. No good deed. Now that the fire has been burnt out, we need to move on. Alright, as you recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search. Just outside the park. Oh my god, you little... Oh my goodness gracious, what the heck? we need to get on with the Aetheryte hunt. But like I said, I can do that a little later. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than piece them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, you should check the Machinist ceruleum and gouge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gouge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Oh, no. According to the ceruleum gouge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Successfully removing Arcan's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it completely empty. Okay. There's no gouge. Yeah, I'll just use it because it's hard to tell. Yep. Okay, so what that said was, I have a fair amount of explosives. Need some more? Here, I have a fair amount of explosives to spare today, but tomorrow is another story. We can't afford to waste them on units with nothing to offer. So be sure to check the gouge first. Of course, if the gouge is damaged, it's up to you to make the call. That's what it said. I'm not gonna waste it because there is usually empty. Actually, you know what? I'll just use it. Fuck it. Yep, I figured it was empty. You retrieved the war Machin's ceruleum tank to find it's still half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it. Oh, god damn it. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alex and Alphen are faring. Yeah.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, haven't you? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Guardian lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
What's it gonna be for?
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Little does he know.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humour. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Guardians make, indulge in them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Ooh. Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. Company tabard. I want that, damn it. Once again, Jules has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia. Pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the I for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Alia Lacta Est. That's a cute jacket. But I like the one that we get for free. What do you want me with me? So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. that he would recognize the savage. That he would recognize the savage is a merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Vars, the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. She's an idiot. Well, they're all idiots. They're all idiots, from what I understand. So, you again. So, he said? So that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Oh. No combat. Dang it. I wanted some combat. I don't know when the next dungeon is, though. Okay. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than transportation supplies. Of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Yes. Julith lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Wait, here? Yes.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to.
He had to kill him, didn't he?
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised.
Never make promises you can't keep.
Garlean flag bears a chain. The bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? Sorry, I forget I spoke. We should go.
How come yours has a hole? Because I'm a dragon. My Luna's a dragon.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Oh,
It's so cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
oh, I love this so
I've been
far.
thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be.
And it's good.
We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. As for my dream of building a better world,
Ah.
But it only spurs me onward. To find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
Okay, so what I actually skipped over by clicking was I've since learned to look, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I am reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever dreamed. Sorry, I had to read the last part of the first one and the last bit. Because I did an oopsie.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
Oh, Alfie.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Alice.
Thank you, Alice.
Oh. Palestinian, haha.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
I figured someone would be there to swoop the twins out of trouble.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Nice try, assholes.
Ambush!
Yeah.
More are coming! Make ready!
Yeah, because they're assholes.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands.
Yeah, but y'all are
from the
idiots.
barbarian hordes until our countrymen return.
They're not gonna return, you dickhead. Oh, they're not. No, they're not.
Stop, both of you. This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity.
No. Like, they want the country to get back on its feet. But they just...
I release you from your duty. All of you.
Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Oh.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
Yeah, but that's what everyone else wants too. And the fact that they didn't want to go along with it is stupid. They wanted a world where everyone could coexist and get along, even if it was childish at first.
We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. You're not gonna do what I think you're gonna do, are you? Yep, he's gonna.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Uh-oh. I know, right? So sad. Why do I... Too late! Too little, too late. Oh, shit. Oh, you blew his poor brains lights out. Oh, damn. Oh, wow. Oh my god, this is like the best expansion so far. Holy shit. But it's like you're slowly seeing the breakdown of everything that has accumulated from Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and now Endwalker. You're seeing the full culmination, which is amazing and awesome. Oh. Oh. Is that a girl? I don't look like a girl. Oh. No. Okay. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Why do I get the feeling this ain't going into well? With the immediate crisis averted, Lucia seeks to gain a clearer understanding of the present situation. Oh, fuck. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can persuade to follow one of their own? Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alice, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I'm shocked as shit that he's even fucking going along with this. God damn it! No, I don't want that. No. No. Meh. I'll just go with the damn bike. I'm going to Once I get finished with Endwalker, I think I'm gonna go back and like so Luna and Julas. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. What? Oh. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No. No, he wouldn't. Well... Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Oh. Without him to guide us, Oh. I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Gods, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Oh, poor guy. Oh. He don't know what to say. Okay. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. But I can tell the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, again there will be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. It's you. One who treated me with such kindness. I heard... I heard from the I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes so much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages, after a while the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger, and fear, and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Okay, so, is that the... Oh, this is the... Is that the bone wicker? Yeah, it is. The bone wicker's always nice. Okay. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lemonson friends. I'd save it for the tempered though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. But then again, what did you expect? Oh, no. I've got so many damn mounts. No, I don't want you. Bye-bye. Oh my god, I don't want the argument either. What? Okay, so... No, wait, no. Remove. Remove. I'm frickin' removing anything that's not, yeah. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Nope. I don't want these in there because they're too big. Okay, so... I know I'm doing longer streams than normal, but I just want to get done with the damn MSQ. What? Well, that's never happened before. You see no threats on the path ahead. There you are. As expected, I ran into 3 beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control, and our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. Luna, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I couldn't hear a first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy, notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make any of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps, by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. In from the cold. Lucia has further news for you. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way. Might I ask you to seek out Yastola? She was but recently attending to the wounded. But she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the word of light? You and the twins have an established history of disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing, invite disaster. Upon sitting down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Settle down first. Okay, so with that, we will be back tomorrow. Well, yeah, tomorrow evening with the rest of whatever's going on, because I am worn out and I would love to just have a fucking break. Wait. Okay, so okay. Looks like I don't want you. Think about it. So night, lambs. You have a good night. I will see y'all in the next stream. Bye bye. And hopefully I'll be able to actually have a decent freaking setup around Christmas time. So okay, so So, have a good night, guys.